Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Memphis, Solar Issues, Cyber Cyclonic. Hello, everybody. Hello also to my 2 viewers on YouTube. Hello, hello. Happy to catch your stream. Hey, Andrew. Hello. Okay. So I have some tea warming up, so I'm waiting for that. So today's to do is to I already reached 194k slash 10k. Oh, you mean of the donation goal on Twitch? Yeah, bit by bit. So today's to do is improving the way Zine does dependency tracking and start thinking about what APIs we want to offer. Because depending on what APIs we want to offer, this thing will have to work differently, and there will be different limits. Some limits have to be there because otherwise, then you can't have dependency tracking. And also, it's time to start thinking about how to integrate with the Zig build system. Not only now we have the ability to say, okay, here's a step, or rather, you are now allowed to provide a step, like a build system step, that we depend on, so you can trigger, so you can depend on the website being built. But what we're missing right now is the inverse. The inverse is give me lazy paths and assets so that we can basically well, depend on that. That's kind of the idea. So yeah, that's kind of what we want to do. So I was writing down some docs on how I think I want to make the file index work, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we can tackle. So I'll be right back. Okay, staying this close makes the camera. This is stuff. I can point it up, but you guys are gonna see stuff that you don't want to see if I do that. Okay, so let's do some work. So here's what I'm trying to do right now. I want to fine tune how pages depend on one another, so that basically on a change we only do a minimal build, like the minimal possible build every single time. That's the idea. So I'm overhauling out how this stuff works, like a lot. Like I'm really overhauling it a lot. So there's gonna be we're gonna make a section index. In the case that the section index contains a hash of the file, I guess we can do a mapping of file name to index. That allows you to grab a specific page by name. Let me think about this for a moment. I don't think that's what we want. You don't want to grab pages by name. You want to grab... No, you do. I think you do. You absolutely want to be able to grab pages by name. Although, do you need the index for that? I don't think you need the index for that. So what does the section index contain then? Different sortings? You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that maybe this work should be put on pause. I'm in a branch. I should make a different branch for lazy paths, for accepting lazy paths, because I think these are separate things. So let's start by doing that. So git status. Okay, we're back to main. Let's do the work to accept lazy paths. So how should the API look like? Let's make those. Let's do also this work in a branch. I think it might be a good idea to do that. Maybe. Yeah, let's do that in a branch. It's fine. Okay, so first of all, we need to change what you can give to settings that you pass around. So the idea is assets, I guess. Build assets. So here's a question. Is there a hash map function that can be initialized from an anonymous tuple in the standard library? You know what we need here? We need Autodoc. comp time stuff. No, I think. Oh, static string map. I think I want static string map. Static string map optimized for small sets of disparate string keys. Works by separating the keys by length additionalization, only checking strings of equal length at runtime. Yeah. Does it have a good init function? Yes. Look at this bad boy. Init comp time. Oh my god. I love this. Yes. Okay, so here's how we define it. Static string map, where the type that we hold on to is std build lazy path. Maybe we should call it build time assets. I don't know what the correct name for this is. Okay, here's why I'm being a little bit weird about the naming of this thing. It's because there's also a concept of traditional assets, as in a folder named assets that contains a bunch of files that you want to access that aren't managed by the build system. And those are two different, they're both assets, but they're different kinds of assets. Okay, so now you can pass build time assets. Now, in a multilingual site, what are build time assets? Are they per variant? Ooh. Are they per variant? I don't think so. Okay, let's try this on our website. I think maybe Chuki's website will be our guinea pig here. Yeah. Okay, so the way you use this then is the way you would use it is like you need to give an asset a name. Yeah, maybe a naked lazy path is not enough. Maybe we need to add some more abstraction. A build time asset is more than just a lazy path. it's a path. I think it also needs to be it needs to have a kind. So auto detects the kind from but might not always be or you know what? No, fuck auto detect. Like that's how things break and become weird. Explicit mess. I love explicit mess. So let's say what type of assets we support. Because then we need corresponding functions when you access these things. For example, JSON needs to be one. So JSON needs to be one. And so when you have an asset of type JSON in script, you will do $assets.build time dot JSON. Maybe you access them by kind. Maybe JSON and then dot get key. No, I don't think it should be like this. I think it needs to be something like maybe build time needs to even be a function that gives you an asset from the build time map. I don't know. Something like, I don't know. Settings.json or whatever. Well, no, the name would be settings. And so you can do .json to access the content as a JSON, as a parsed JSON. .ziggy, .yaml, of course. And maybe you could do .bytes to get the bytes. Base 64 to get base 64 encoded content. Maybe file name or like just name. Ah. So that's one way of doing it. So I guess we don't even need to specify the kind. Like the kind gets like asked and reasoned at runtime, and you get a runtime failure if the thing cannot be interpreted that way. Okay, so maybe lazy path is enough. Maybe the lazy path really is enough. Yeah, and in a sense, file name on a build time asset makes not a lot of sense. It makes more sense for static assets, maybe, but for this guy, it doesn't really make much sense. Okay, that seems good, actually. Yeah. That really seems good. So we can let's make an let's do an example of this. Let's use maybe Zig as an example. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. We save it in I don't know. Foo.ziggy. Okay. So we have foo.ziggy. So this is like a bit of a shortcut because well, foo.ziggy doesn't need to be a build time asset. It could be used as a normal asset. I guess the next question would be, do we need normal assets at that point? Yeah, we do need normal assets at that point. Okay, so dot foo equals b dot path ziggy, no, foo dot ziggy. So that's how you would initialize it. Unable to evaluate comp time expression. Fuck, because you need comp time works at comp time. No shit. So there is no way of initializing this in line. There has to be an init like from key value pairs, right? Though KV list, yeah, init. Okay, it's the normal init KV list. Okay, I guess we want to make our own wrapper for this. No, there's no way. Because even if I do this, I cannot hide the allocator. Wait a second. What is going on here? We need to take a look at these inits. You know, also what I'm realizing, it's kind of limiting making it a static map. Actually, a static map doesn't allow you to programmatically add and remove assets to it. At the same time, At the same time, hmm. Okay, I think that forcing people to put this stuff in line is too limiting. Like if you put it in there, uh, yeah, you should be able to. So not static, just a normal string map. So I guess my question right now would be: could somebody want to conditionally not add stuff? You know what? Maybe we can be a little bit aggressive and then relax this eventually. So let's make it a static string map in the beginning, and then we see where we can get. So static string map doesn't have. I'm surprised that it doesn't have the init that I want. It has init comp time. Oh, KB list must either be a struct consuate v key value pair tuples, or list of struct consuate tuples if v is void. Huh. Why did they do it like this? Well, I guess that's one way of doing it, but I like my other way. So here's how I want to do it. Values is expected to be message on YouTube. Wait, how long did it take to be like you, having such an amazing skill set? I don't know, man. Work, and also, you know, everybody's skill set is up to a point. You will find that there's out there people that have a way more advanced skill set than me when it comes to like pure programming power, for sure. I promise you. So values is expected to be an anonymous struct literal key names will be well, you know what? Let's just do an example. I think this example is a bit too complicated, like this. Background music is annoying. Well, it just changed, so you should be good. Today, it's on the top right corner. Zig doesn't have multi-line comments. No, multi-line comments suck. You know when you have an editor and then you change multi-line comments, like you delete the end of a multi-line comment, and now everything is a multi-line comment, and so syntax highlighting goes out of whack. If the file is big enough and the editor is shitty enough, the thing will start lagging even. Plus, you'll make the LSP do a ton of work, and those things tend to suck as well. So they also are gonna start lagging, and then you have this multi, because then you have to decide what to do with nested multi-line comments. So multi-line comment compiler the detection C++. C++ compiler detection trick. Oh, come on. I can't find it, but there's this hilarious thing where basically different C++ compilers implement handling of nested multi-line comments in different ways. And so there's a macro that, based on how the compiler deals with those, is able to detect which compiler you're using. It's stupid as fuck. So just be mindful while at least deleting stuff in the comments. Sure, just be mindful of that. Just be mindful of allocation and the allocation happening behind your back. Just be careful. Just be mindful of undefined behavior. Just be mindful of macros. Just be mindful of overloaded operators. Just be mindful. I mean, some people can be mindful of this stuff and make it work for them. All the power to them. I'm not that mindful. You know what I like to think about? The program that I'm building, not put guns in the language. Okay, so we need to assert the values is a struct, I guess. Maybe this can be improved as an error message in the future, but for now, that assert will do. Oh, but if it's not a static string map and it's a normal map, then we can apply side effects to it. Okay, fuck it. String map it is. Let's go to map. Why is it not giving me? Oh, string hash map. Okay, now we should be good. Yeah, put no clubber. We put no clobber. Put no clobber. Key is gonna be f.name. Value is gonna be at field values comma f.name. Easy. std debug dot assert. You know what? We can assert it's a lazy path. Oh, you know what? We can do better. Oh, man, this init function is very nice because that will allow us to also accept not only lazy path but also maybe stuff like run paths or something. I don't know. We'll see. I thought C++ did not support nested multi-line comments since C doesn't do that. I think that this stuff is not fully standardized. So I think the compilers implement that stuff in a very inconsistent way. Some, offer that support as a extra nicety, extra feature that, they think they're doing something good. In reality, they are just complicating the landscape. But in any case. There we go. So this is good. This is really good, actually. Return map. Boom. So with this, now you can do this. Well, basically what I already had. There you go. I think that's a good compromise. Like the general overall struct stays typed. Like in theory, to make it even more automagical, we could remove this. We could maybe accept this. The problem is, man, that requires to make this thing any type. So have you tried the NIM programming language? Not really. I have a friend who is big on NIM and he's like involved in the community, uses it a lot, and has shown me some NIM code. So I've been exposed to NIM code, but I haven't done much programming myself. I'm aware of the main features. So the beta programming I'm aware of I forget what they call it, like universal function call stuff. I like the universal function call stuff. It seems an interesting idea. It's not compatible with how Zig works, and there's a big trade-off that you have to make to be able to pull off universal function call, whatever syntax. But it's nice. Like if you start from the perspective that you're willing to make that trade-off, then you definitely it's a way of getting a good bang for your buck. And by the way, the trade-off that I'm referring to is that to make that universal function call syntax thing work, you need to have unqualified imports. So you need to be able to basically import star into your namespace, which is not something that Zig does. Yeah, Yeah, but to have this as a like truly unified, like as in being able to import, right, a library that has functions that, I don't know, accept integers, right, and then being able to automatically call these methods also in integers, you need unqualified imports because that's how you access those functions, right? So Zig just does not do unqualified imports ever, and so things at that point become not as nice. Or at least not as magical. Okay, so we have an asset map. And it works. Again, this is an oversimplified example because you should not use build time assets for an asset that doesn't need any build time anything. Like, this is a misuse of the system. And actually, you know what we could do? we could even we could stop this. So let me move the editor here. Let's do Zig build. Okay, let's catch programming errors. Missing start field unmanaged. Oh, because it's managed, there's no default value that we can give to it. So it has to be unmanaged. Well, there's no point in saying that. I mean, it should be okay. Yeah, so, and I guess obviously I'm biased, but man, I would not trade uh preventing unqualified imports with unified function call syntax um ever. Personally, I can see maybe somebody willing to make that trade-off, but I would argue that that's a great trade-off maybe if you're doing like data science stuff. You're doing data science stuff and you want a language optimized for data science stuff. Maybe it's worth it. But if you're doing software engineering, fuck unqualified imports. They just make it unreasonably harder to read somebody else's code for no reason. Like, it really becomes harder to make sense of things, and it's so nice that this cannot happen in Zig. Like, it's impossible for that to happen in Zig, and it's fucking awesome. Okay, so do we fix it? Incompatible types type and enum literal. Yeah, you're right, because in reality we want to do in reality. So let's change value to v first. Then I guess, right, type. We want to save type info here. Okay, now we build. Perfect. How does Zig manage putting the variables that I create inside the scope? So inside the scope, you have var x, and then you set it to something. Are my variables destroyed after the scope? By Zig, how are these variables freed? How does Zig handle immutable variables? So in that example, nothing needs freeing because everything is either in static memory or in stack memory. So in the example that you provided, okay, is a string literal, and string literals live in the static section, in the data section of your executable. So the bytes are there, and they become part of your final executable. They never get freed, they never get allocated. They just are and exist there. So when your executable is loaded into memory, that string is loaded alongside the rest of the program. X is a slice and exists on the stack. So there you are in a function, and that function will reserve some bytes to make space for that slice. So on the stack, there's going to be, a tiny struct with a pointer and a len. The pointer will point at this guy in static memory, and len will be 2. Then, when you exit the block, the lexical lifetime of the variable is over, so you cannot access the variable anymore. And so what the compiler ends up doing basically is, this is already something, it's like optimizations, and this happens already normally with all the variables that you have in a function, even if you don't have scopes that explicitly delimit the lifetime of a variable. But basically, the compiler, when it's writing down the machine code for your memory, knows at which point a variable is not used anymore, and so those bytes in the function frame can be reutilized for another variable. So, like if in a function you have this, this is like simplified pseudocode, by the way. Actually, maybe even here. So if you have a function like this, where you create A and B, and then you increment A, and then you print A, and then you print B. Well, okay, so with once all optimizations run, this stuff will be like reduced a ton. I'm gonna show you an example of where I'm applying some optimizations, not all of them. So I'm not saying that this is a realistic example of how your fully optimized compiled program will behave, but I'm just showing you the idea of what the compiler does with regards to lifetimes of variables that are on the stack. So what happens is that even though A and B exist together, you see that first we do stuff with A, and only then we do stuff with B. So a legitimate way of rewriting this that the compiler is allowed to make is this. Basically, let's not call them A and B anymore. So refer to above to see what's A and B. But basically, we call this like underscore slot 1. Slot 1 gets initialized with 1. B doesn't exist anymore. Slot 1 gets incremented. We print underscore slot 1. Then we set slot 1 to 10. And then we print slot 1 again. So the compiler is allowed to do this. So in the end, your function frame in reality never had space for both A and B. It only kept space for one slot worth of memory. Again, if we were to really think about all the optimizations that could be made. Obviously, this increment would be wrapped into just one static assignment. Blah 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 blah. There's a ton of things that can happen. But in terms of what happens with stack memory, this kind of stuff happens. So if you do this, then you're kind of making it super explicit. But the compiler will know to do this kind of stuff even if you don't have scopes. That's it. No problem. Okay, so we can build. Now the next question is, okay, what do we have this asset? What do we do with it? I guess the next question is, how do we access that asset? Like, what are the kind of things they want to be able to do with that asset? I guess one fairly basic example would be that in a template, we want to be able to use it to drive some decision making. So something like this, right? Well, not even pages.assets. It would have to be $assets. Build time, and then we get foo. Load it as Ziggy. How did you get the extend tag to not error in the LSP? I was having issues. Hey, Ninjatron. So here's what's happening. If you're getting that error, it is because your language server thinks that you're opening an HTML file, not a SHTML file. So either you have forgot to rename your files and you need to rename them to .shtml, or you have done that correctly, but in your editor, you have not properly assigned the SHTML file extension to the super HTML or the SHTML file type. Yes. You can use as a file type both super HTML and SHTML for the language server, but for syntax highlighting, it has to be super HTML because that cannot be as flexible, unfortunately, when it comes to three-seater. And also, if you're using NeoVim, apparently I don't have a set of queries that work. So that's, by the way, another to-do on the pile of to-dos, like getting syntax highlighting to work nicely. By the way, check this out. Like when syntax highlighting works, it's pretty sweet. Like let me add, I'm going to add a super to the ID, to the div content block. Check out what happens to the ID. You see how it lights up? This is nice. This is all three-seater. But you need to configure your editor to support this. I've done it with Helix. Unfortunately, I don't use Vim, so it's not as immediately easy for me. Or rather, the three-seater grammar works everywhere. It's universal. But the syntax highlighting queries are not as portable, unfortunately. So, is this a way in which we would want to use assets? That seems annoying. I was working on rewriting my blog this morning, and it's been pretty clean. Let's go. Nice that you're having a good time. I'm trying to design assets, but man, it is not easy. Although, no, like this is not bad. This is not bad. I think we can make this work. Yeah. That would be nice to have. Yeah, so I'll tell you what the problem is. The ideal would be that the dependency, so the build time dependency, by the way, I'm talking about something that is not just assets put in a assets folder. I'm talking about an asset that gets generated through the Zig build system before being used in Zine. So this kind of stuff, or rather, not exactly. This is an oversimplified example. Here, I'm providing a lazy path, but it's like b.path. It's a static file. Oh, you know what? I'm going to test now making this a hard error. Like this is going to be a hard error because if you have just a normal path, then you reference that path normally. You don't do it this way. So this is like just for convenience for testing. But the idea would be that you have const I don't know, like foogen, and then you do b dot add run step, and then you pass blah blah blah. You run some command foogen dash b dash foo whatever, and that somehow generates a file, and then you use foogen here. So that's how it would have to be. So the idea, the ideal would be, this file doesn't even get generated unless you use it. So you pass it in, but if you don't use it, it doesn't even get generated. If you don't use it actively somewhere. The problem is, we could do that if you were forced to declare which assets you want to build in your markdown files. But if you request these dependencies in a scripty tag in a template, we cannot detect that statically. We will have to be able to detect that at runtime. And so it will be too late at that point to ask the build system to build that thing. So if we want to be able to expose these assets from here, we need to forcefully have the build system generate all of them, because we don't know if we might depend on them or not at build time. We'll discover it afterwards, so we need to be, in a sense, like prepared. And like, could be worse. Like, it's not the end of the world. But I am trying to get as optimal as you can get. And in any case, I think that like this is a, how can I say? It's kind of a necessary feature to have. Like, you want to be able to access your assets this way. Yeah. Okay, let's make this work then. Maybe we don't do Ziggy. Ziggy seems complicated. Although, I mean, we could totally do that. But as a starting point, let's do something simpler. Like bytes, given the contents, and then we print them into this div. Ba, ba, ba. Man, look at all these attributes. Man, oh god, it's so ugly. Look, all these attributes causing line wrap. If only there was an annoying way of ordering them, like layouting them vertically. Oh wow, look. Let's go. Okay, let's make this work. So we need to create dollar assets. No, before we create dollar assets, we need to forcefully generate these things. Okay, let me complain about stuff more. So V has to be a lazy path. So a lazy path is a union, right? And it can be a source path, source file path relative to the build root. No. Generated, yes. CWD relative, an absolute path or a path relative to the current working directory of the build runner process. This isn't common but used for system environment paths such as Zig Libder, which ignore the file system path of build.zig and instead are relative to the directory from which Zig build was invoked. Use this tag indicates a dependency on the host system. Ooh. And then there's dependency. Do we allow dependency? Yeah, we need to. So we allow dependency. We allow generated. Do we allow CWD relative? I would say no. It has to be either generated or dependency. CWD relative and source path. No, I never added that to ZigFMT, but I was, I think, like many other people, pleasantly surprised by it, and so I liked it so much that I want it everywhere. Okay, so now we should have made this a hard error, or almost. Too few arguments. Oh, you're right. That's f.name. Only least paths from generated files are allowed. Okay, we should improve this. So we don't do it here, but we do this in add website impl. No. So, I guess there's an iterator. Maybe we should make it an array something. No. Also, we can namespace this because we're not going to keep around any of these references. So for assets, IT assets, iterator, assets, it.next. It's a while. So for each KV, how to deal with the fact that I have to write C# at work and not Zig? I have no idea. It's hard. Holy shit, life is hard. I don't know. The best I can offer is my condolences. It just sucks. Oh, this gives me really a key pointer and value pointer? Okay. Okay, so this should be equivalent to what I did before once we fix the compile errors. Nice. We do it downstream because people could mutate that value. So doing it during the initial initialization isn't good enough. Okay, let's make it. Let's make the error message a little bit better now. Let's say build.zig : so that people know where to find this. Build.zig, yeah. Asset foo error. Only lazy paths from generated files that from a run step are allowed. And let's tell people what the problem, how to do it otherwise. Normal static assets should be accessed through well, not should be, but like use something to define set assets their path Oh, can we do oh, how you do this? Can you do this in Zig? Does it work? This works, right? Well, I guess we'll find out soon if it works. Yeah, it works. Oh, maybe okay. We can do better. We can do better. So let's turn this into a multi-line string. Okay. What works? Basically using numbers. So I want to use the same format argument twice. So you give those IDs and you repeat the same, well, numbers, and then you repeat the same number to reuse the same positional argument multiple times. Careful not to leave spaces at the end of a multi-line string. Yeah, they don't have spaces. Oh, you know what though? I don't think I need to do this because I think this should be something else. This should be, huh? These should be lazy path, source path, subpath, I guess, or dependency subpath. So it should be subpath. Is there like a dir name? Is there like a subpath thing that we can already? No, there's no easy getter for me. Why would there be? Oh, but wait, we're already switching on this. Oh, I think I can inline this. And then in both cases do v dot subpath. This should work. Inconstuate. Oh no, they are different. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Okay. There's an extra quote. You can use this widget to find all spaces. I found 10 of them in Zine. Oh. Yeah, I should probably do this stuff one day. Okay, so we complain about people misusing lazy paths. And we should say from generated files or dependencies are allowed. Yeah, graphing is just wonderful in Zig. That's by design. So I cannot speak for every single design decision in Zig because, how can I say? Like, for some, I have more context than maybe other people. For some, I don't. And, when something wasn't designed by me, then I cannot confidently say oftentimes that a thing is that way for very specific reasons. But I can tell you that the graphing stuff is 1000% by design. Andrew, when designing Zig, absolutely had in mind the idea that graphability is an important aspect of the language and deliberately optimized for that. I should say build time assetful. Okay, so now we properly complain that we don't like you passing lazy paths of this kind, which is great. Okay. Next thing. Next thing. Well, as we're running through these things, here's what we do to the other cases. We totally put a dependency on that thing. Although we don't put a dependency on it this way, do we? Not this way, I think. Okay. Scan, we pass down add website options. Let's do the simple website first, and then we think about multilingual later. Ensure dir. Scan variant, add all steps. So basically, I think that what we want is a program that writes down all these assets in the index directory, I think. Let's take a look at all. Well, no, scan variant is the one that writes indexes at the end, though. And what does it return? It returns a scanned variant that contains root index, sections, of path prefix, URL path prefix, IO2 path. Okay, I think we need to wire this stuff to scan variant. It's part of writing the index. Part of writing the index also writes down this other stuff. So I think we need to give more to scan variant. Oh, I know why we are destructuring these things, because yeah, they don't have, they're different types, the original thing. That makes sense. Okay, so scan variant, we give it project, step, debug, contender path, prefix. What's happening here in this moment right now, in this branch, we don't have the work that I was doing on the other branch, the one about changing how dependency tracking works. Ouch. Could it be that we need to merge these things? Fuck. Maybe we need to do that. Although I was leaving that stuff halfway done already. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna take a quick break, bathroom break, very quick. And then we merge the work in progress from the other branch and we go straight for the correct solution, because otherwise I will integrate this in a poor way and then I will need to do the work to upgrade to the proper way. So turns out that these jobs are kind of more intertwined than what I originally expected them to be. So we can rebase on depth tracking. Okay, we have rebase on the other branch. So we have the asset stuff that I was working on. And we also have the concept of an index directory that I was playing with earlier. And we're passing it down to scan variant. And now we say to scan variant that we also give it assets, basically. Content there part, well, after debug, s.assets, build time assets. And those will get indexed like everybody, well, like everything else. That sounds great. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. So we give it build time assets. Let's go. We'll need to fix also the other calls though, even if we're not really doing much with them yet. But that seems good actually because it's kind of the same. Like you just do scan variant on other things. Set variant, build time assets, boom. So that works. Okay, let's take a look at scan variant. This is where the juice happens. Scan variant looks at all the files. It's not interesting. What's interesting is when it writes down the index. And so as we do this, we also want to write down, oh, the assets? No, you know what? Never mind. This guy shouldn't be doing this. I take it back. It's on us to write down the asset index. And actually, we can do it. Let's do it in here. Okay, so like write asset index. I don't know if it's going to be like this or not, but we're going to copy it anyway. So we have the project, we have the assets. Right, this was a write files. I think this thing was janky as fuck. Man, if I can get rid of this thing, oh, I'll be so happy. So right, asset index. And also the path. Next there. Okay, so how do we write down assets? We want to probably document this. Assets are indexed as a directory containing names, file, one file per asset, where the file name matches the asset name, while oof, we can't do that. We can't do this. We need to make this a run step. Iterating over keys and values separately. Yeah, depending on the type of structure that you have, they will be like in two different arrays. So like there's like, it's not just convenience. There are real reasons to use those APIs. Although it does depend a little bit on the details. Like if you're using an array hash map versus a hash map, things are slightly different. If I remember correctly. Well, no, things are definitely different iterating on an array hash map versus a non-array hash map, that's for sure. Although, is there a difference between doing both elements iteration versus only value iteration? Say, in both, Okay, in any case. So we have the index there. But we're missing a path. We're missing the index path. We need the index path, I think, because the index path is what we want to give to the sub process. And we need to create that executable. So maybe we can jump into creating that tool first. It's an executable, but should it go into exes? Maybe it should go into exes. Yeah. Indexer, maybe. I'll leave maybe one invocation so that we can refer to it. So what are going to be our arguments? Okay, we need to decide what our arguments are going to be. Index their path. Well, it's not exactly. Well, it's the. Yeah, let's just call it index their path. That's fine. Then asset index their path cannot be more explicit. So this is their path where the asset index stuff should be. Then everything else. We do it iteration style because I really don't need this. Use args with allocator for cross-platform code. Ketchum. What is the init error then? Inner type.init error. Inner type. Arc iterator Windows. Okay, what are the init errors? Out of memory. POSIX. Nothing. Okay, so it's just anyway. Why are there parentheses around that thing? What? Who puts parentheses there, man? Oh, well. Also, we need to skip one. Okay, this is where we're gonna put the output, and then this should be tuples. Couples. So there should be like a name and then a path, a name and a path, a name and a path. So while args it.next name const path is args it.next, or else it's a fatal. Error. Invocation of asset indexer has wrong number of args. But there's no error name, so we don't do this. Oh, that isn't even a thing. Okay, so we have a name and path. And so what we're going to do is write name and path. How do we do this? Ideally, we don't want to touch the original file if it exists and is correct. So we want to first read the file, and then we want to write to it. I'm already starting to sweat thinking of the problems that one could cause by launching two processes in parallel, and how that is absolutely not okay, and we're gonna need to add protection for that eventually. But I guess one problem at a time. So we want to read the file. Or was I what? Where is this sending me? So read file alloc options. It's not from CWD, so we want to open that dir path. Producer consumer semaphores. Why are you reading them writing? Okay, so Axel, I can give you like well, I don't know how fully this will make sense, but I am designing Zine's asset system, and the Zine asset system needs to cooperate with the Zig build system. And some things can be done in a straightforward way using the Zig build system, let's say, as intended. So you have a lazy path that corresponds to a file generated by a run step, for example, and you pass it to a subprocess, and that subprocess will depend on that stuff. But in Zine, I need some extra indirection because I need the ability to turn those things into dependencies that are discovered at runtime so that I can make them optional dependencies. And I have a way of communicating. There's like a built-in way in the Zig build system to basically report that a dependency was discovered at runtime. That's what the dep file argument does. But basically, I need to add an extra layer of indirection. So basically, I'm writing my own indexing system for assets in Zine that basically ends up being a bunch of files in a temporary folder. Because I cannot use directly the Zcash system, I need to bypass it a little bit. Or rather, not bypass it, but like I need to build an abstraction on top of it. And so I'm basically writing down things as these files that then will be used, that then we will depend upon in the Zbuild system, but also how can I say? But also to make life easier for the Zbuild system itself, we don't want to touch files that we're not changing. Like I could blindly write into that file every single time, but I would change its, I don't know, last modified time, its inode, and I don't want to do that because I want to let the Zig cache detect that the file wasn't changed as easily as possible. I don't want it to have to go down to reading the file contents to decide if the file has changed or not, because it will see that the last write time is going to be different. It will see that other things are different, and so I just want to do basically, I guess, it myself here. You know what? Now that I'm saying this, doesn't seem as smart, but I think there's still something to gain, so I'll do it. Okay, we open the asset index there. And then we write to it. Oh, first we read. Read file alloc options. Why do I need extra options? Z max size? Null 1 0. Oh, that I think that was needed for extra termination. I think read file alloc is good enough this time. Path is name. Ooh, here's another problem. People right now are allowed to give assets names that are not okay. Who? Well, for now, it works. Is there a function that tells me if a string is a valid path thing or not? I can escape it. Like those things can totally be escaped. URL path? No, not real path. No. Basically, I have a string with random bytes in it, and I want to know if it can be used as a file name or not. For example, a string that has a slash in it is a problem because it cannot be a file name. And so it would need to be escaped. Does Zig have anything like this in the study lib? It would have to be in sdfs.path. Well, it would, I guess, most probably be there. Is sep path type. Join Z is absolute. Disk designator, resolve Windows, resolve POSIX, dir name, base name, relative, extension, stem, component iterator. No, we don't really have anything for that. Well, here's what we can do. As a starting point. Just ask them to use UTF-8. That's not enough. Actually, UTF-8 is not even that interesting. Just use index of known or something to blacklist all the bad characters. Yeah, but the point is, what are the bad characters? I don't even know what the bad characters are. That's what I was hoping SCDFS path had for me. I know that the separator is a bad character, but there's probably more. I think on Windows, the $sign is a bad character. There are probably more. On Linux, it's just a separator and arguably null. On Windows, there are a silly number. Yeah. What I'm thinking is that we probably should like I don't know, like base64 this thing or something. To be fair, like if you're putting, I don't know, a freaking null byte in your asset name, like you're a moron and you deserve breakages. But that said. In any case, a little bit of safety. Just a little bit. So file path, max bytes, no extra weird things. Yeah, what's the max size here? Yeah, I don't know. Max path length, huh? I don't know. Give me like a U32 worth of data. It's fine. And this file is going to be minuscule, actually. So, okay, we read the file. We don't return it. We just read it. I shouldn't call read file alloc. I should open the file correctly. Oh, maybe I can try create file, but I don't truncate it by default. Read. Oh, create file doesn't open for reading. We don't truncate. We open for reading. And then we probably might also want to do some locking maybe, but that's for the future. So you know what? Instead of allocating, I think we need like an array list. Oh no, this doesn't exist anymore, does it? Fuck. Probably on the reader. Please. Oh, there we go. So we make one array list for everybody. Why array list? Well, because what I want to do is read. I'm gonna read a bunch of files, and what is different from reading the entire file? Well, previously I was passing in an allocator, and the allocator would create a new allocation for every new file. With array list, I have one array list that can grow, but also I'm gonna reuse the same memory for subsequent reads. And I think this doesn't return anything, right? Yeah. Oh, do we actually need the multi-line? Oh, we fit. So we read, and then if buff.items equals path, we continue. I don't remember if we should reset the. Wait, I'm passing buff the writer. I don't need to pass buff the writer. I need to pass buff. Does it reset? Ensure total capacity. Expand to capacity. Start index is original len. So we need to reset it. No, was it clear retain capacity? No. Reset? No. Okay. Let's go find out what it is. Clear retaining capacity. Okay. If the file is not the same, then we want to truncate it. LSP is broken today. LSP doesn't give me auto suggestions. Doesn't give me complete autocomplete suggestions because I disable them. I hate how they work in Helix, so I prefer to stay without. Like Helix really needs to up its game of how that stuff works for me to be able to use it. Like, it's just shitty. I guess try file.truncate. Is that a thing? No. Okay, somebody now needs to teach me how to do basic operations with files because I always suck at this. So either chat knows what to do, or it's gonna be ChatGPT to teach me. Or you know what? Actually, before we get into there, let's see what the file interface gives us. To create file gives us a file. Tab function. What can we do? Close. Sync. Blocks until all pending file contents and metadata notifications for the file have been synchronized with the underlying file system. Note that this does not ensure the metadata for the directory containing the file has also reached disk. Is TTY. Is Sigwin TTY. Get or enable NC escape support. Supports NC escape codes. Set endpost. Shrinks or expands the file. Oh, I think this is the truncate, huh? The file offset after this call is left unchanged. So we want to set end position at 0, and then we want to seek to 0, I think. Relative to the beginning. Oh, you know what? We can set end position to the new length, which is going to be path.len. You can do that. Why not open in truncate mode? Read the code. Because, also, thank you. I was opening it in truncate mode. We don't want to open it in truncate mode because we read the file first. And then we only write to it conditionally based on what we see in there. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, man. 3 delicious syscalls. One after the other. Amazing. And that's pretty much our program. Like, our program does this. That's all it does. we close the file once we're done with it. I don't think there's a reason to close the path, so fuck that. Doesn't seem interesting. And program exits, and we should have written our shit. So read file, it turns out, isn't needed. Fatal D isn't needed. Fatal is useful. Is useful. So that's our program. I guess we can test it. So we run asset indexer.zig and we pass to it the current directory. And there's going to be a file named foo that contains /foo and a file named bar that contains /bar. You know what? Let's add some logging here. Okay, let's see what the problem is. We're missing options. Oh, fuck. Well, you know what? This is actually much simpler. It's like, should you log or not? And actually, we just can... Let me think about it for a moment. It would be nice if this can participate into the other thing. So... Okay, maybe we can't run it this way. But you know what? We can run it this way temporarily. That's certainly something that we can do. Number name options. What do you mean? Dude. I commented it out. Are we missing built-in? No, we cannot be missing built-in. Oh shit, I know what's happening. I still had the old file open. That's what was happening. Without for a specifier. Where am I missing the specifier, man? Oh. Oh wait, that thing is garbage. The problem is expected type string found optional string in asset dir path. Oh, you're right. Forgot one or else. And array list needs to be of bytes. Read, truncate, exclusive. Oh, there's no write. I guess, understandably, probably write is implicitly true. Fair. There we go. Stale content detected. Stale content detected. Content change skipping. Content change skipping. Beautiful. Okay, so now we can make the asset indexer part of our set of tools. So how are options passed in? Is it normal add import? Yeah, it's a normal add import. Okay. That's it. This is our field name. Fair. Okay, we have the asset indexer. So now we can go into the build script. Right, asset index const indexer is, oh, I need Zine. Here's my asset indexer. And we don't write file at all. Is this it? Artifact run, maybe? Add run artifact. There we go. Indexer. So add argument. And this is where we need the indexer path. Okay. And then for. Oh, you know what? Here we are iterating the assets. So you know what? Maybe that validation code, we can move it to where we are actually doing this kind of stuff. So assets.iterator. There's now the index there. I don't care. Oh, the step is going to be used now. So this is all as it should be. Bunch of validation. And then after the validation, or like in here, I guess, we do run.add args. So one argument is going to be key ptr.star. Oh no, fuck, I can't do this. Oh. There you go. You need to pass in a lazy path. Boom, not bad. Pass the argument, pass the lazy path. And then we make the step depend on this run. Oh shit, no, that's a little bit too late, isn't it? Okay, haha, this is interesting. So writing the asset index has to happen before anything else starts. So we cannot accept a step to depend upon, but we need instead to return a step that everything else will have to depend upon. And what do you know? We have one. It's the run step. Return run dot step. Well, pointer to run dot step. There you go. Okay, so with this function is complete. Now we need to update its usage, because basically this will return a step. And now things downstream need to depend on the index step. Although we could pass in the step and return that in case of the thing is empty, so we avoid invoking a useless thing. So we can do that. We should do that. Maybe. Yeah, let's pass the step down and short circuit stuff. There you go. Okay, this is good. And this is how we also are gonna do the other indexing things. Okay, what we're missing is the ability to pass a path. Make open path. Okay, so it's just first the cache route. No. Hello, Reaper. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I am implementing fancy dependency tracking support in Zine. Okay, so write asset index now does what it needs to do. We have a ton of things that we need to fix that we haven't fixed, but we might regress some other things, honestly. So we can just regress the things that we broke and see if this one works. There's still some build system work that needs to be done regardless, though. So we have generated our index. We now depend on that step for everything else. What we are not saying to things is where to find that stuff, where to find the asset index. So also we should do this. We should create this asset index dir path outside. Yeah, this should be provided basically. Because we need to pass it around. Although, wait. No. No, 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 no. No. There's no point. We pass the basic index dir path and then everybody else builds on that. Okay, so we have the index step. And now add all steps depends on this, which is good. And then we need to give it one more argument, which is the index dir path. Don't worry that it's unused. We're gonna use the fuck out of it in a moment. So markdown renderer. Markdown renderer for now doesn't care. But layout, oh boy, does layout care. Okay, so now the layout knows where to find the index dir path. The problem is we have now nuked these three things. We nuked three arguments now. And the problem is that the asset system right now kind of depends on those to do well. So here's what I'm thinking of doing. We literally just nuke them for real. Oh, I nuked them also here. Holy shit. Okay. So here's the errors then. This is dead. This is dead. This is dead. So now we're regressing next prev and the ability to look at the section that is under a page. That's mine. Okay, we regress this. Okay, now layout needs to know that prev, next, and subpages don't exist anymore. And so now this is 11, this is 12, and const index dir path is args 13. Let's just a quick check. Let's do a quick check of this. 1, 2, well, we can say, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Perfect. Okay, so now we have the index dir path. Now we have a bunch of dependency problems here. Right, these guys are, what do we do here? Let's force these things to be null for now. Okay, and now we can set up assets, but assets don't exist. So let's create assets. Oh, this is gonna be another funny moment, funny metaprogramming moment. So what are assets now? We need to create an assets struct, I guess. Okay, Jesus. Page is horrible, so I'm gonna put assets above it. So assets is a struct. What does it contain? So more than what it contains, the question is what built-ins does it have? Because those are going to be, I think, key. Okay, we kind of want to give it a build time function. Okay, you know what I need to discover? How does the build, how does the depth file usage work here? Because I forgot how I did this. And now I'm a bit weirded out because I'm realizing that what I suspect I did was probably very wrong. So let's take a look for one moment at layout.zig. So layout.zig does all this stuff, but how does it deal? So it can do this stuff with one template. And I guess that is great. But where did we do the depth file writing? We do depth file writing somewhere. 100%. There is just no way that we don't. Depth file path. Show me who uses this. That opens the depth file. Okay, who uses the depth file? Depth file buff writer. Okay, who uses the goddamn buff writer? Oh, nobody, because there's a writer after it. Okay. We print down some stuff. Oh, I get it. Right now, we're using the depth writer only for one template. Okay. We never, oh shit, we never wired the depth file all the way down to Scripty because Scripty never supported interrupts until recently. So because now Scripty can do interrupts, we can now have the interrupt be generated from inside Scripty, bubble up to super, and bubble up to the host system. Okay, so then there's gonna be some intense metaprogramming that needs to happen here. Holy shit. Well, not metaprogramming necessarily, but like programming. No, also metaprogramming. Okay. I think that every single corner that they cut in defining how things interoperated now is gonna be stressed with this new thing. Huh. Okay, so what we need to do now is I guess it starts by creating all the stuff for assets. Pretty much. So let's see. Pub const description. Gives you access to both static assets and build time assets. And that's it. Okay, so that's how it works. There you go. And here is where we do the things. We want to pass this by ref, I think. I don't know, but probably not a bad idea. Dot, we can do the default dot. That's fine. But I don't think we should have even a single thing. Like there shouldn't be anything that you can dot upon on assets. It should be all built-ins grouped under assets. Let's copy an asset function, like a built-in function that we can adapt now. So the built-in function is going to be, what did we call it? Build time. So what's the signature? The signature is that returns many translation now. I think it returns dot dynamic because we don't know what it returns. But arguments should accept more like one sir. How do we do this? Why can I find? Why I cannot? Oh, it's params. Okay, accepts a string, returns something, we don't know what. Well, no, we actually know what. It needs to return an asset file, an asset type. Maybe we can call these side assets, this type. Well, let's do .dyn for now, then we'll see. Okay, description. Kind of annoying that we need to make another type, but what can you do? Okay, what's on an asset? An asset has, we said, like bytes, no params, returns bytes, or str, I don't remember. Returns the row contents of an asset. So what do we return in this case? Yeah, this is the to do part because we don't know what we need to return. Yeah, we need to define that. Although, I guess, oh, you know what we can do? What we can do is make an asset kind of like a lazy thing where an asset is basically an asset is this contains a ref, and the ref is a union, and it can be either like a build time No, you know what? Not a union. I think 2 different fields is better. So kind, build time, static, and then underscore ref is a string. Or like name, maybe. Well, let's call it ref because it's a name in the case of in one case, it's another thing in the other. Okay. So this is an asset. It has bytes. So this is what this is what causes the interrupt. Well, the thing above here doesn't do any interrupt. All it does, side assets. All this thing does is return, and actually even this can be an underscore because we don't care about the receiver in reality. This is not bad. This is coming together pretty good. So this is fine. Oh, and guess what? Now a resource descriptor is more complicated. Fuck. Now a resource descriptor is a lot more complicated because it can be also a user provided resource. Has to be a user provided resource descriptor. Nice. Okay. So this returns as a value dot asset equals dot underscore kind is gonna be since it's build time, this is gonna be dot build time. Ref is gonna be the argument that we are given. I need to grab code from somewhere that does one string, so I can also that I don't have to think about it. Come on, something that wants one string argument. Thank you. There we go. So you call build time on a name, and like we just passively generate it. We don't really care about it much until you try to access it. So accessing it as bytes causes the interrupt. Is this smart or not? This might not be smart. But you know what? This is gonna be good enough for what we're doing right now. So that's fine. So we return an interrupt, and we need to set the resource descriptor. What do we set? What do we set it to? So here's what I'm thinking. We could try to make all this weird shit generic, but I think it's like pure insanity at this point because we would have to make this generic. I think this would be pure insanity. Like this would also have to be generic. Can we even do this? I guess my problem is that VM is using it like this, but there's also template that I believe is using this stuff. Well, I mean, to be honest, we could actually pull it off, honestly. We could actually pull it off. That would allow us to do that in a type-safe way and avoid a little bit of heap allocation. Probably not like a huge difference, but okay, let's try. So, first, local super HTML, mandatory. Let's make this thing public. So it can be build time or static. Just here for the case closed moments. For now, there isn't any. Rishi Kumar asking on YouTube, is there no background music on YouTube? No. Try to guess why. So that's one kind. So, okay, let me think. What other kind of assets are going to be there? There's going to be a bunch. So we have to collect these things. We have to collect all these kinds. Oh, man. Okay. Whew. One step at a time. So resource descriptor is now more complicated. Because it's a function that accepts a type from you. And what we want to return is a union when there's if, where there's if loop and user is of type user resource descriptor. Okay, so that means that in VM, we don't use it directly, but we get it passed down to us. No, well, we make it in a sense. Okay, so the user passes in the user resource descriptor. I'm still not convinced that this is going to work. Give resource, I think, is easy. Well, it's a method from the script TVM, so that's fine, I guess. Else panic to do. Yeah. You know what? Fuck, this is gonna be... This is gonna be interesting because I don't think we support going this far with interrupts now. Whew. It's almost easier to inject a function than to do this through interrupts, man. Whew. But you know, we're not here because we thought that things... We're not here because things are easy. We're here because we thought that things would be easy. So now give resource can return an interrupt in turn, which means that now we need to save the state of the scripting machine. Huh. Okay, let's go. This is gonna be intense, man. So, what was I doing? We made this generic. So now when you instantiate a scripted virtual machine, well, a super virtual machine, you need to pass that as well. So that's in layout. Unused local content constant. Oh man, I really wish that was unused. I guess we can do context.resources. Nah, it's abstract. And it's like kind. And for now, it's just gonna be asset.kind. And the ref is gonna be a string. This might need to become more nuanced if we need to. but for now seems good enough. So here, res needs to be a .user, and .user can be one of our things, which is a, so it can have kind be equal to self_kind. Okay. So we set the interrupt. We return error.interrupt. Yeah, you know what? This is the wrong moment for doing this. But we're gonna push forward because I want to get a proof, like a proof of concept going. This seems really the wrong moment where to do this, but it's fine. So we return error interrupt, and this is good. Site assets. You know what? It's fine. Assets and asset. Okay, now this is not gonna all work because we still need to do some more metaprogramming magic. Although, to be fair, you know what? Oh man, this is delicious actually. We don't. No, it's fine. We can, the default dot doesn't gonna make anything easier, unfortunately. Okay, so we need to now go to value. Okay, now there's new stuff that the things can be. Things can now be assets and a single asset. Oh shit, I have render for error. I forgot that I have this. That's good actually. Call. Scripted default call super util resource descriptor. Yeah, but this is a resource descriptor given our resources. Oh, that is important. Whatever. I don't think we need to complain. Here we don't need to do anything. I expected worse, actually. I expected wiring stuff in would require more work. Not guaranteed that this is going to work, but okay. So I think our goal right now should be to trigger an interrupt. Well, our goal is to get to a compiling state, then trigger an interrupt, watch it fail. We should see, like, the goal is to get super to panic because it doesn't know how to handle that interrupt. That's our goal. Well, build debug. You know what? Let's get also prominent compile errors. Unused local constant in Zine build content. Oof. Okay. Expected 14 arguments, found 13. Fuck. Oh, we need to, like, we don't have a multi thingy, but we still need to do this. Fair. Expected 18 arguments, found 17. Project step. Zine dep. Oh, we're missing the Zine dep. That's a problem. No field name content subpath in a section. No field content subpath in a section. I think this is me. You know what we can do? Here's what we do. We comment this stuff out for now because I think the right index is not. We don't need this now. Yeah, we're regressing all these indices for now. Unable to find artifact asset indexer. It's probably assets indexer. I think I also want to rename it. indexassets.zig. Why am I writing? I think I understand what the problem is. We need to install that artifact. Okay. Foo, only lazy paths from generated files or dependencies are allowed. Okay, let's make this happen then. Let us make this happen. How do we make a program? What program can we use that writes to a file, that creates a file? It doesn't have to be one. Okay, echo is good enough, actually. Let's use echo. So, now our build script. Echo is a run. It's run add system command argv. Argv is going to be echo, and then we pass in, I don't know, banana. And then we kind of need to capture std out. Set name, enable test runner mode, add artifact arg, add output file arg, add prefix output file arg, blah blah blah, add output directory arg. Oh, provides a directory path as a command line argument to the command being run, returns a lazy path that can be used as input to the API, so reveal system related. Set std in, set cwd, clear environment. Add check, capture stdr, capture std out. That's what we want. And that gives us a lazy path. Delicious. There you go. Panic, reach an unreachable code. Assert that p content subpath len is different than 0. There we go. Son of a bitch. Okay, so basically there's the way we name certain things that that we need to, I guess, manage in a more sophisticated way. Oof. So we haven't reached yet the point where we are building super and scripty. By the way, we could actually, do this. Do we even Zig build here? I guess we Zig build enough. No, actually, I'm not convinced at all by what happened here. Now this, I expect this to fail. I'm extremely surprised by this. Oh, right. It's because we're never testing the VM in here. Okay, no. I'm not surprised anymore. Okay, now it's fine. Now it's actually fine. So what was I saying? So we need to fix that thing. Content 875. If this rips, we need to replicate the logic from right index. Okay. Well, guess what? Oh, this is right meta. Wait, why are we not toggling this off as well? Just we're back to building. But wait. So we built the VM first try. No, we are failing to depend on things. I think that's what's going on. Oh yeah, we're totally failing to depend on things. I know why. Okay, so here's the problem. There we go. That's the compiler that I was waiting for. There we go. Okay. Now we are failing to build layout. We're like successfully failing to build layout because index dir path is useless. Well, not used, which is fair because we yet need to wire in the proper interrupt stuff. Okay, so what am I gonna do next? What am I gonna do next? I think I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break. And then we're gonna fix this compile error and see how far we get. Goal is to get to a proper panic. We're not gonna be able to get past the panic today because getting past the panic requires messing with the super HTML virtual machine a ton. Right now, with the super HTML virtual machine, we can handle interrupting computation while searching for templates, but we have, I believe, absolute zero support for interrupting the evaluation of a scripty expression. So that's gonna be intense, man. But we gotta do what we gotta do. So quick bathroom break and then I'll continue. Okay. Also, sure. One sec. Okay, we were talking about the fact that we need Uh, we need to do this. Unable to check cache start file. Scene source exists asset dash indexer. Zig file not found. Wait, did I not fix that? No. Missing start field assets. Oh, well, kind of fair. I mean, assets ultimately is like kind of empty, so that's fine. So to avoid interrupts, what we could do is give assets a pointer to a struct. So yeah, there are ways of cheating. Now that I think about it, there definitely are ways of cheating. But how would that work in a script context? Yeah, no, the cheating would bite us in the ass eventually. Although, you know what? Maybe we could do that as a temporary thing to make some progress. What's the new problem now? Expected type found. Right. Yeah, that's the thing that I fix some places, not everywhere. Who uses lookup function? Zine uses lookup function. Expected context resources found due to the resources, context resources. Types. Okay. We kind of made progress, except the build time was not found. What? Oh yeah, it's because I gave it default dot, but I never gave it default call. Actually, yeah, like this. Wait. Who has default call? Values are getting default call. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah, we don't give default call to individual things. Okay, built-ins for why do I put this one in manually? I don't get it, but anyway. Also, why string there? Type context.asset does not support struct initialization syntax. Maybe pass by ref was a mistake. What if we don't pass this thing by ref? No, but wait, that should be fine. The problem is the value. Maybe this is the biggest problem. Like, do we pass by ref date? No, date is not passed by value. Passed by ref. Probably for a reason. Probably some of our metaprogramming is fucked also because of that. Yeah. Cast discards cons qualifier. So we want to define value as something that doesn't pass us around by value, but then we do pass by ref. Maybe. We still need to also have the default dot stuff. Name dot in context dot site. Oh god, what have I done to site? Oh, did I kill site? I think I did something bad to site. Okay, site now is fine. I guess whatever we're doing for site, we want to do the same for the other ones. Maybe. But site, no, we want to do whatever we do with site, we want to do with assets, but not with asset. Okay, asset is kind of like datetime, I think. Or like a page alternative. But a page alternative has passed by ref through. Well, fuck. Expected type pointer to assets found const assets. Oh, wait a second. Is this dependent on how we initialize stuff? No. Types 52. Wait, no. Types 52. It's in default call. Ah. Type pointer to context.asset does not support initialization syntax. So the problem is that if a thing is meant to be a pointer, then I guess we have to heap allocate it and then return a pointer to it. And there's nothing else we can do. Although that seems dumb. So maybe we should not pass by ref and remove all pointers. So we remove all pointers because it can be done. Other things can be treated like that. So we remove all pointers. And you know what? I think the problem is dot. The problem is that we need to return an error for dotting on assets, I think. Okay, I bet you that this is gonna solve it. Expected pointer dot asserts. Oh, in this way we don't need to give it a dot. So we don't give dot to any of them. I think I solved it. Or almost. How did we land there? Content assets. How did we land to that dot function there? You can pass a pointer to something from the stock local frame. No, I can't. When returning from a built-in, I cannot. I would need to heap allocate because if I return a pointer to the local frame and we return from that function right away, then that becomes invalid memory, like at the speed of light. Like the memory becomes invalid like right away as soon as we return. So I would need to heap allocate. But the problem is I'm fucking something up with how I'm doing the metaprogramming because because I don't know what I'm messing up, but I'm definitely messing up something. I guess, does value contain ever pointers to something? It contains pointers to these things. So I guess that's fine because we... Why is it fine to contain pointers to these things? But this one cannot be. Because it says that then you... So do I ever create an asset? No, I don't. So this one can be a pointer and that's fine. But I do create asset manually. Like I do create asset instances. And I want to create asset instances. So what is the problem there? Oh, I know what it is. The problem is that I cannot give it a default dot. I need to make my own dot. That's the entirety of the problem. So assets being a pointer, perfectly fine. And we also want to pass it by ref. But asset needs its own dot implementation. Okay, I think we're in business now. To be honest, if I stopped allowing you to mutate things, we could make those pointers const, and then it would be a problem anymore. These are things that I need to think about at some point. I bet you that this is now okay. Or almost. How do we get there? Content.asset. Context.asset. How does asset get into there? Asset has its own dot. Like, out of curiosity, what if I remove that one as well? Assets and asset. Oh, it's the built-in. It's my own built-in, I think, that has this issue. This one's pointed to page. Pointed to page. But the built-ins don't want a pointer there. There you go. There you go. That's what I was messing up. It's not all in line still, yeah. Okay, but I found what the curve bit was, basically. So assets can be like this, I guess. There's nothing that we care about. No pass by ref. And at this point, maybe I don't even need to set this dot thing. Let me comment this out. Extended type error, out of memory want resource. Found type info context asset between bytes call function return type error return error set context value. Error dot interrupt. Oh. There you go. Want resource. We're at the panic. We're at the panic. Okay. We are at the panic where we don't handle that resource. Holy shit. So this might be where we stop because getting past this hurdle is tough. Again, we could cheat. We could not do this and we could just cheat. We could just cheat, but man. Honestly, it's unfortunate because I'm in a position where I'm unable to evaluate whether one of the two options is truly better than the other. I'm realizing what I understand now is that making the script, the super HTML virtual machine, able to stop mid evaluation of a script is more complicated than what I have now. That I do know. I do know that much. But the question is, the alternative would be that I pass down a pointer to, like, I sneak in a pointer into what's called assets, and then I cast that pointer to a type that I know of. Actually, I don't even need to do weird casting things, I think. Well, in any case, that type basically has a function that can do things, does IO. And we wire it from the outside. I don't know. In any case, we made a ton of progress. Once this is in place, one way or the other, we're gonna be able to access assets in a pretty sweet way. Assets, build time, foo. So there's going to be build time. Then we can do file. And then we can do maybe there. And I don't know, like examples. And then you can iterate on a dir. And every entry in a dir is a single asset. Well, this would be loop. So we can loop on these assets and do things to them. Iterating over the dir would be great for like a gallery portfolio. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. You know what I'm starting to think? That maybe we should be able to do the same also with static files. Like static files, instead of being entirely, how can I say, like invisible to the build system, we could also allow you to do maybe assets dot static. I don't know what the proper name should be. Maybe $static. Although for static assets, well, what we would do is you cannot refer to them as their content. You can only get their name. Could allow you to validate the CSS at build time. Yeah, although that wouldn't be interesting here. Or rather, let me think. So if you have your CSS as a static asset, so there's no processing that needs to happen to it, you would put it in the static folder, and maybe you would want to wire in your build script. So in here, you would wire something that builds it. Sorry, that's something that validates it. If instead you want to, like, I don't know, minify the CSS, for example, then you would not put it into static. You would put it into assets. Yeah, you would put it into assets. And I guess there are two options here. One, you put it into assets and you refer to it as a direct asset, assuming that Zine is able to minify it for you, which we might not. Or the other option is that you basically run it through a system command. Like you put it in asset, you put whatever you want basically at that point, but then you can't access it. But then you access it through a build time asset. So here you have maybe a dependency that does the minification for you, and then you access it as a build time asset. And then, so I think there are like three things, right? Static, a directory that contains files that are going to be copied unconditionally into the output directory, but whose contents would be nice to be able to know and iterate upon as, how can I say, like as a list of names, not being able to refer to the content, because the content is going to be copied. So the only thing that you can do is like look at the paths. The second thing would be an asset directory where you have stuff that needs to be accessed programmatically. So maybe a JSON file. I think the best example of what would go into assets would be a JSON file that then you read and print and like structure the layout in relation to what's in the JSON file. Third one would be build time assets, where it's things that you need to wire in through the build system. So like this build time asset stuff is actually the most advanced version, because you would probably be fine with just normal asset directory most of the time. There's also a fourth kind though, which is static files. No, it's not static files. It's files that are static files that are placed next to your markdown file. What do we do with those? I think it's a good convention to have, but I don't know what to do with those. I guess they're like a weird mix, right? Because they are, sometimes some of them could be static assets, sometimes they could be assets in a different sense. I guess the reality is that you want to treat them as assets, but we're not able to do that with Zine right now. This last example is kind of problematic though, because it kind of complicates things. It's kind of like a gray area. It's not as well defined as everything else. You know what? I think this is worth writing down. Okay, give me a sec, because I need to make plans for dinner, and then I'm gonna try to write down what these things are supposed to be. Like I feel like I have it clear in my mind mostly, but this last example is complicated. I'll be right back. Okay, one sec. I'm doing things. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So as we were saying, okay. So number one. Why is this highlighted like this? What? Why do we have this syntax highlighting? Huh? Oh well. Number one. Does it work with no? Just numbers. Okay. Number one, static. So all assets will be copied verbatim is useful to know the contents, but only as metadata. As the contents themselves are going to be provided by the copying mechanism. I.e., there is no point in for example, in embedding a static asset as base64 data, for example. Well, instead of doing IE, for example, we can do EG. Okay, so this is static. Then there's assets. Will not be copied in the output directory. It is necessary to access their contents it is necessary to access the content programmatically. Well, let's say from scripty. Okay, and assets are like very clear, I think. And there's like build time assets. Generated via the Zig build system. Oh, we're not becoming into the output directly. It is necessary to access the context from scripty. Should also say this. Useful to be able to iterate them as theirs sub theirs. Which is, I guess, what I was trying to say here. We can leave this other thing. Let's say cannot be iterated. One asset equals one file. This is a limitation that I think we can lift a little bit. But for now, let's leave it in place like this. Same as other assets otherwise. Number 4, files placed next to the content file. These are weird. So the current rules are currently, if it's an image, it gets copied unconditionally. That's pretty much how it is. Currently, if it's an image, it gets copied unconditionally, period. It would be nice to be able to do something better than that. So normally, what is the algorithm used by other static site generators? I think what they do is, if the file is, so basically they detect this, right? If you include it like this in your markdown file, it gets added. That's actually pretty much it. I think that basically they only detect you including things like this. Otherwise, it will not get copied, but it might be wrong. So I guess the question is, what are files placed next to your markdown file? Are they assets or are they static files? And if we treat them as assets, then what are the rules? So if we treat them as assets, I guess it means that you need to be able to do this then. $page.assets. Which is actually not such a bad idea. Yeah, they are assets. They're not static files. So what I'm thinking is that we want $static. And you can do on static something like dir. You can only do dir on static, basically. And that gives you a list of file names, I guess. Well, we can maybe static asset. And a static asset has path ext, so that you can look at the file extension. Maybe a function that allows you to grab a meme type for it. That kind of stuff. Then you have $assets. And you can do .dir, which gives you instead an array of assets, as we saw them now. Then page.assets So these two things should be the same because like this is basically an assets rooted at the basic directory, while this is an assets rooted inside the page, which is kind of cute because it also potentially, if desirable, could allow you to treat the markdown file itself as an asset. I don't know if there's a lot of reasons to do that, but I guess that would be on the table. And then we need to move build somewhere else. So you need $build .assets. And build could contain other info, like a version of Zig, version of the website or something, like other metadata about the build. Oh, you know what also build could contain? Oh shit, check this out. Like git commit, build dot tag if it's like, or git tag if there's one, $build dot date. So this means that we cannot put assets. Well, we cannot put build time assets under assets. We want to use assets as a form of file place next to and this thing. These two things are the same, but build time assets are different. Okay. I guess I can start by changing what I have now and move my current build assets under build. So build.assets. So instead of build time assets, we call them build underscore assets. Maybe. Okay. So let's go change some things. So there's assets. Although we basically kind of want to, what we just did right now, let me think. It's that build. And actually assets might need some stuff. Build assets and static. And then page can also have assets. The one does need oh no, you know what? Wait. No, that's not a property for you, boy. That's a function for you. Oh, assets go into the underscore thing. Necessarily. Hmm. Wait, what did we say? We're saying page.assets. Well, actually, no, we didn't really think this through. Is it page.assets or page.assets and then dot something? Dot there. I think that this can actually be up here then. Or you know, it could also be site.assets. To be fair, this could very well be site.assets. Nah, nothing to gain, honestly, by doing that. Yeah. Yeah, we don't put that inside. I think that's for the best. Okay, so we need to create build and stuff. So build time basically now becomes, in a sense, here. You can call it asset. $build.asset. That works. Maybe not having top level assets is for the best though. Okay, so build asset returns a build time asset by name. Build.asset foo. That works. So let's build. There we go. A few streams ago, you mentioned writing Zig that you would never go back to go again. Yes, Dolly. Hello. What are the reasons for that? Some of it's because there are a lot of like quality of life features that Zig has that Go is just missing, and it kind of feels bad to lose those, like better error handling, a metaprogramming system that isn't kind of insane, and maybe a few other minor things that aren't ultimately all that important individually, but overall they kind of lower my experience programming, the quality of my programming experience. Then the second reason is that the mental model of how a Zig program works is so much more powerful than the mental model that I can get from a Go program. As in, like, Go routines are nice, and it's not like Go is bad, but I'm addicted. I'm really appreciating like the mental clarity that comes from being able to reason about how your program is really going to run on the system without any weird runtime stuff. And ultimately you get better performance and better everything, right? Oh, I need to reach into a C library, boom, done. Zig. No, don't even have to think about it much. especially that now all your code base is kicking in. In case you or somebody else hasn't seen it, so we did not end up needing ChatGPT in the end. We have this all your code base organization that is starting to collect C and C++ projects packaged for the Zig build system. So that's going to make it trivial to depend on C stuff. Like right now, there aren't a ton of things, but they're coming. Like, we even have VVV, the VVV, the game. So go back to Go, you lose that. That said, today Go has significantly better like web server stuff. If I still need to make a web server, I will probably reach back into Go because, you know, I can set up a nice Echo server that has everything, including certificate renewal, like automatic certificate renewal and all kinds of stuff. So I will still use Go for that. But man, once we catch up also on that front, I don't know. I really don't think there's pretty much any reason for me to ever go back to Go again. Are there also some teams in Go you miss in Zig? Yeah, yeah. So the web stuff is one for sure. Honestly, I don't know. After the web one, honestly, I can't think of anything. I'm not saying that there isn't anything else. I'm just saying like there isn't anything else that I think I might care about for my personal use cases. Like, I don't know, you're doing what's it called? You're doing protobuf everywhere, gRPC everything, gRPC up and down, gRPC everything, and Zig's and obviously the Go support for that is going to be great. But I don't do that, so you can take that away. And I guess it's still web related in a sense. Maybe database driver support. I want to use Redis. Well, right now in Zig, the only good library for Redis is mine, and it's outdated because it uses async await and it regressed dramatically. So, so yeah. But yeah, once you take that away, compile times, fair. Compile times, that's another great point. But that one is coming. That one is coming soon to Zig. So it's gonna change. Like, that's another thing that I'm not gonna miss from Go soon. I don't know. So overall, I feel like I like Go. I'm very happy to have been able to use Go in the past. Like when I was hired at a company to be pretty much their first Go developer, since it was a C# job shop. And man, my life was so much better than my colleagues. Holy shit. But nowadays, I feel like the shift in things that I care about has been so great that really Go doesn't have much left for me. And again, I don't regret it. I really appreciate it. For example, like Go really helped me course correct my understanding of development in many ways. I love also all the talks that you can find about like interfaces and how they do this stuff in Go. I think it's very healthy. But I'm past that now. And in a sense, you know, it's fine. Like when I was in university, for me, Python was the starting point. We were like university had courses, like coursework was in Java. And I didn't do Java. I did everything in Python instead. And Python was amazing. Like one thing that I think like the perfect example of what I'm talking about is in Java, when reading standard input and writing standard output, you have to get a handle to standard input. Then there was this typewriter thing that I don't even remember what the thing did. Then you have to think about buffering. And I did not want to think about any of these things. I just wanted to read input, print output in the fastest possible way, or let's say easiest possible way. And Python gave me just that. And it was great because it allowed me to, that's just one example, but for a variety of reasons, Python allowed me to iterate on things 10 times faster than Java, and it allowed me to do way more things than my colleagues in the same amount of time. But fast forward a few years, and now, you know what? Now all the dynamicism of Python, I don't like it anymore. I don't need it anymore. Now I want types. Now I want to be in control of buffering from standard input. So I don't know. Things have changed for me, and I think it's a part of life. Like, I don't want to make this some kind of like super, profound realization about the nature of, like, I don't want to make fake relativistic claims of, every language is good depending on who you are. No, but I have personally experienced the fact that at some point a language was probably the best choice for me, given where I was. And then at some point it stopped being that, and another language became that other thing. And that happened with Python. That happened with Go. I don't know if that happened with Lisp. I wouldn't know where to put Lisp. Lisp was another big language for me, but I have no idea where to put Lisp, so I won't try to categorize it. But now it's Zig. Like, now Zig is giving me exactly what I need. So yeah. The more I write Zig, the more I fall in love with the language. I have a hate for magic in languages, and in Zig I can jump into the code and understand what happens. Yeah. Lisp is the stuff I write my editor config in. Well, in any case, let me do a quick food break, and then let's see if we can do more work. Again, I don't think I will be able to really get past that panic and make everything work, but at least we can take a few swings at it. So I'll be back. I'll be right back. Well, I'll be back in a few minutes, actually. Not right. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. We lost Soding. Let's pump up the volume. Well, I made this organization so that people don't go annoy other people about adding build.zig files. So the idea is, if you want to package something with the Zig build system, if you know the people running a project, then sure, you can come to an agreement with them. But otherwise, you put stuff here. As for whatever Soding wants to use, I don't know. That's his business. So I don't care. Let me put it this way. It's like sometimes people come to me. I'm not saying that this is the case. This is like just a general comment. But like sometimes people come to me and like they ask me to try and sell them Zig. And sometimes they do that, especially knowing that I'm involved with the project. And then I refuse. And they look at me like disappointed, as in like, what kind of shitty spokesperson are you for Zig? And I'm like, from the perspective of, I don't care. Like, actually, it's not like I have to sell this to you. Like, yeah. It's like chances are that you can get some utility out of Zig. So it's not like I have to sell it to you. You should be interested in yourself. It's you. If you use Zig, you use it for yourself. If you don't need to use Zig, then don't use it. Don't use Zig. I do think that some people decide not to use Zig when probably they could gain something out of it. But ultimately, it's on them. I don't care. I use Zig for my own utility. You do you, and I don't care. So Soding has a shitty relationship with Zig because what happened is that he had some guy. Basically, what happened is that he offered a bounty. So, for a given donation of money, he was willing to try Zig on stream. Somebody did donate the money, okay. I think the full story is this: people kept asking him to try out Zig. He didn't want to do it. Then he said, "You know what? I'll do it if you pay me." Somebody paid him, and then he had to do it, and he hated it all the way through because he was doing something that he didn't want to do, but he made a bargain, right? He said that he would do it for money. He got the money, and now he had to do it. And so now he ended up hating Zig. And so, like, I don't know, whatever. I don't care. Like, I didn't care in the beginning. I don't care now. Do whatever you want, man. I do care that he is right, potentially, in complaining about people posting, like, asking him to merge build.zig files when he doesn't want to. Again, we would have to really look at exactly what happened because, somebody opening a PR, offering a build.zig file to him and him rejecting it, I would say shouldn't qualify necessarily as, oh no, you're being harassed by the Zig community. That said, I can totally see how sometimes somebody might get too pushy. And that's why this organization exists. Like, all your code base exists precisely so that people do not have a reason to go annoy other people. You have a build.zig file, put it here. And I'm gonna also add like a discussion section so people can ask for these things. Like, somebody was recommending to do that. So, and I think that everybody will be the happiest at this point. He's gonna be happy. We're gonna be happy, and that's it. Then after that, I don't know, man. If you run a programming stream and people in your stream are interested in programming languages, and a cool programming language comes out, and they get interested, and then they tell you about that. That's like, I don't know, that comes with the territory, that comes with the job description. So so sorry that Zig is becoming this popular, man. I am so sorry. I don't know what to do about it. I think something is not really serious. Yeah, of course. In any case, whatever works for him. I'm sure that he can have a lot of fun with his build system. In the meantime, we're taking. I mean, in the meantime, all your code base are belong to us. Okay, so let's continue for a little bit more the work on adding an asset system to Zine. So site assets, page assets, build assets. That seems a pretty decent deal. And then static. Right. Static, I think, should go under site. Site.static. Maybe. We'll see. Most of the time, the people who ask that are asking for an argument so they can argue back and say that you're wrong, so your line sucks. I also received plenty of like earnest questions of this kind, where earnest means they're not looking for an argument to complain. They have their own opinions. They are maybe open to be convinced, but they're asking, or maybe they're like maybe not super interested in Zig, so they're asking me to make them interested in Zig, and I'm like, I don't care, man. Like, it's not. I'm not here. I don't need to be to beg for your interest. So yeah, are you using Helix? I am. Yes. As you can see, there's a bunch of HX stubs. This is all Helix. So what are the built-ins in assets? I guess we can copy. Maybe we can copy this, but then we need to change it. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah. Oh, it's just the contents. Okay. So, so this should have like file and dir, right? Yeah, assets has file, and it produces an asset of kind. Yeah, I don't know what the kinds are going to be now at this point. Build time. Well, we can do build. Build site. Build site. Page static. It's like it's a build asset. It's a site asset. It's a page. Actually, static is not an asset. So these are the kinds: build site and page. So if you do assets.file, you get a well, we don't know if it's either site or page. It depends on. I don't know if it's even worth changing them, but you know what? Maybe changing them is not even worth it. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Mm-mm. Oh, where were people saying on YouTube? Let's see. My latest favorite ASMR coding channel is live. By the way, there's a Discord specifically for this show. What? Oh, by the way, how are we doing here? Okay, so we are saying assets gives you access to contents of an asset directory on disk, page of assets, assets directory, assets placed next to a content file. Returns an asset file by name. Maybe we can say something like, oh, this is going to be a nice example. It's not going to work right off the bat, but this can be like href is page asset foo dot bytes. Let's imagine that we don't have only bytes, but we have also like b64, right? We have base64, and then we can do dot prefix. What's the thing that people use? Is it data colon? I think that's how it works, right? Oh, it's not href. It's like source, not href. So like it's an image or something, right? Yeah. Data dash source. The fuck is data source? Item dot data set. What is going on with the web, man? HTML base 64 image. Yeah. How does that work? data column image PNG base 64. Well, I guess that's how you can do it. So that's the example that we can bring forward. Yeah, something like this. Probably base 64 can be better. Maybe there can be like a boolean that says true if you also want the data image whatever thing as a prefix. But whatever. Okay. There's more that we need to do. We need to create static and static asset. So you cannot do bytes. What can you do to it? I guess you can do. You can give it a name and keep it public. Path. What else? Honestly, I can't even think of a single built-in. Well, for now we can leave it empty. Hmm. Okay, so what I'm thinking is maybe we should not do the interrupt route. Maybe there's no need to do the interrupt thing, and just passing in a callback inside is going to be good enough. And then we can revisit that choice in the future eventually. And that should allow us to get unblocked and move further, make more progress right away, which is, you know, a nice thing in its own right. Let's kind of like file in this guy. Can I please know how you build Zig from source? It was working fine until LVM18. I can build Bun with LVM18 just for fun, but not Zig. Keep saying CC dash broken. What OS are you on? How did you build LVM? What are you using? Are you using Homebrew's LVM then? Let's see. Oh yeah, DC make prefix path ZSTD DC study LVM on. I do that. I also needed to do. So in my case, LVM 18 is fine. What really doesn't work for me is ZSTD for some reason. I don't know why. They did something when packaging it that broke something. So I also need to pass -d Zig static ZSTD. Let me show you the exact thing. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's go here. So this is my invocation. I have static LVM, same make path, then static zlib and static zstd. Maybe some of these might not be necessary. I'm not sure anymore. I'm not even sure I care anymore. So also -d what is it? Also, dzig nolib on is good, and dc make build type release is also good. I'm gonna actually rebuild my Zig now. DC make build type. Does it build for you using CC Apple Clang or Clang from LVM 18? Oh, maybe that's your problem. No, you have to use Clang from LVM 18, but that's not even up to you because you automatically get that done for you, I believe, by specifying the LVM path. It's using CC for some reason. Oh, maybe I know. Config/fish. You might need to do this stuff. So one is adding homebrew opt LVM bin in your path. And maybe these two, although these two are fine. Yeah, you need to put that there in your oh, you already have that. Then I have no clue. It should not be using another CC. Okay, here's my last recommendation. Try nuking cache folders. So nuke the build directory, nuke.zig-cache, nuke zig-cache. It's not used anymore, but if you still have one around, delete it. And see how far you get. Wait, okay, there's a few things that are wrong right now. Let's see. Let me review for a moment what I'm writing because I'm giving people bad advice. Build gives you access to build time assets and other build related info. There's an asset function. So this allows you really to do build.asset. I think that's fine. Didn't help? I have no clue, man. I'm sorry. That's really surprising to me. Wait, could it be that you... Wait. Could it be that you have, like, CC defined? I don't have anything in CC. It might be that if you have something put there, then it gets picked up by CMake. Empty. No idea then. Dash DC make underscore prefix underscore path. Although, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is using Clang and it just works for me, but for some reason doesn't work for you. I don't know. Last thing is, do you have... No, that should not be it. That is guaranteed. Like, I can see something that you have set interfering, but no, there is nothing that you need to set. Isn't the separator a colon? In that location, no, I don't think so. Oh, this is not the good example. No, it is a semicolon. Oh, you know what it might be? You know whose fault might be? It might be make. Whose make are you using? If you're using the system make, it might be that the system make loves Clang a little bit too much. Actually, I think I've seen that in the past. That user bean make. I think. Wait, is that yours or is that the system's? I'm not sure. Is that a link? Is that a sim link? What's that make? It's the systems. Okay, there you go. That's the culprit. By using the system make hard codes using Clang as your compiler. We thought that the problem was CMake. We thought that the problem was the CMake script that was used by Zig. But no, they were actually not guilty. The culprit was make all along. Okay. Adoris, is Open Patcher Legacy good if you have a Mac that only supports Big Sur? I have no idea what Open Patcher Legacy is. I've never used it. I'm guessing that something that allows you to update even when you shouldn't. I've never used it, to be honest. So I'm sorry, I don't know. You know what? I would guess that if you don't have anything going on for your Mac anymore, probably this is not a bad idea. I mean, you do get to a point where you can like the software gets so obsolete that like either this works or like you're still kind of fucked anyway, right? Of course, there's a chance that it breaks your machine or something, and like you just wasted a bunch of time. So I don't have direct experience, unfortunately. So I don't know. But if I had a Mac in that situation, I would totally try it 100%. Alternative Asahi Linux. That is interesting. So they do the work to support also older Macs. That's amazing if they do that. Wow. I think Asahi has to be ARM. I mean, that's fair. That's already a ton of work as is. So okay, asset bytes. Expected zero arguments. What? I never updated this. Oh no, right, because this is just bytes. That's fair. No. Okay, so this is fine. This is the song in the Z Showtime intros. It's a song called This Is How We Win by FWLR. Oh, I don't have open the monster thing music. Maybe I should put it up here instead of the calendar. Yeah, the problem is that I don't know if I play that one. I think that that might be not good because I have access to, like, I pay a license to be able to play that music. And I don't know if I can play it through the other things, but whatever. In any case. What's the name? What's the name of the metadata that is placed normally in video, like in like JPEG files? I forget the acronym. EXIF, right? For example. By the way, EXIF doesn't exist, but we might implement it at some point, and so it would be nice to be able to access that stuff. Okay, well, I can close this. That's what I wanted to do earlier. Did it. That's great. So, for example, EXIF is a viable built-in. I guess we can do this. Also, where's the built-in wrapper around here? Man, I'm making such a mess of these things. There we go. Match around type definition. It should include also pub. I don't know why it excludes pub, but it should not. Okay, static asset has EXIF. Yeah. Okay. I think we're slowly getting there. So static asset seems on point. Probably you should have like some other useful things, like something that allows you to collect the base name, the file extension, like single out the file extension, maybe, as I said, the name type or some other categorization of the file, exif metadata, size, for example, how big the file is. Okay, so this is all done. Let's see, assets, is that good? We have file for assets. Yeah, that's good enough. Maybe we can implement as a to do also base 64. Returns a string, I guess. Maybe base 64 should be a method on bytes. You know what? Base 64 should be a string thing. Shouldn't be a file thing. Maybe, unless it's unless we're doing something different. You know what? We don't do this. We do, yeah, whatever. Bytes base 64, maybe. Doesn't Zig already have base std base 64? Yeah, for sure. But I need to expose it, etc. So right now I just want to make the main thing work. Like individual build teams that do the solve specific problems, there's like an endless amount that we need to add that we don't have right now. So I'm not focusing on that. I just want to make sure that the most complicated stuff is wired in. And then, you know, after that is done, adding base 64, as you hinted at, yeah, it's trivial. You just need to wire in the implementation in the standard library and you're good to go. Okay, so next thing is going to be that we don't do interrupts anymore for now, but instead we do something else. So we expect build to have what? Build must have a hidden pointer to a struct that can fetch these things. Like a fetcher. Yeah, we're gonna define a fetcher. That's for sure. I am starting to appreciate, though, what I lose by going down this path, because that means that we need to implement the fetcher here, or somehow the fetcher type needs to find its way down here. That's kind of ugly. I would agree that this would be better suited for logic instead of layout. Okay, let me take a look at the super VM. Like, how hard could it be to add interrupts there? Right? Basically, my God. Basically, we need to split all these things into two, into like a before, a checkpoint, a after a checkpoint. Well, I guess the good news is that I could return early to avoid the finalization work. So the way we would work is that we enter evil. No, we would have to split this. Basically, we would want a different function, I guess. One function sets up new eval frames and pops them as needed. The other one runs the internal logic. And that one can have checkpoints, can set a state in the virtual machine that says continue from here. Huh. Okay, it's actually not that bad to implement interrupts this way. It is actually not that bad. Well, you know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll get to compiling state, I think, with the current stuff, and then I'll decide off stream which way I want to go. Couldn't you write a FDA with states for the interrupts? Yes, but the thing that worries me right now, like the problem that I'm trying to evaluate, is how complicated it is to change the current logic into some kind of when you say FDA, do you mean FSA, like a finite state machine automaton? FSM? Oh, does the FDA stand for finite deterministic automaton or something? What? Okay, that kind of thing. Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to evaluate right now is like how much work is it to actually make this happen? Because there's a bunch of annoying stateful logic in here that it's kind of finicky and it kind of goes out of whack if you change things too much. So basically, I'm trying to understand how much pain I want. Yo, what's up with this music? Very aggressive all of a sudden. Yeah, in any case, that's kind of what I'm evaluating. Yeah, let's get to a building state. Missing struct field assets. Oh, I also think that the metaprogramming is still a bit out of whack. So we have build now, we have assets, and we have static. No pain, no gain. True. True. What is stripping these things? Expected semicolon after statement. What are you smoking, friend? Oh, I was missing a dot. Probably missing more than one dot. Yeah. Okay, fair. For now, maybe we can do this. I think that we can do dot on build. So I think we want the default dot on these bad boys. Man, there's so many things that are gonna go out of whack. I can already smell it that I forgot to do correctly. I don't know. Okay, now let's look at the calls. So this is wrong. This takes build. This takes assets. This takes asset. This takes static. This takes static asset. So this is all good. Build has no dot. Oh yeah. I should change it to. I should change this to at this, so I stop having this trouble. Like the one time that at this is actually useful, and I'm not using it. Expected type pointer to build found. Constant pointer to build. Build has a pointer. Build does not have a pointer here. Why do we expect build to have a pointer? Why do we expect build to have a pointer? Assets. Build is not here, so maybe this is it. So maybe build is gonna have fields. So maybe we do want to pass it by ref and do the things to it. Do all the things. Let's see if that pass by ref solved it. It shouldn't though. I would think I need to change other things. Yeah. There we go. We fixed it. And now we're back to our panic where well, it says built-in not found. Wait, that's true. We changed the code. Let me break it again. So this is now wait, this should say that assets doesn't exist even. Wait. No assets. Also no static. Build, yes. Assets and static should go under site, we said. So now I want no built-in under assets. No built-in, no field under assets. Correct. Field not found. Oh, it's also pointing at the dot. Oh well. So now this becomes because because I did put a dot there. It does point at the dot though. Well, okay, fine. What about no dot? What happens now? Syntax error. Okay, perfect. So this becomes site.assets who bytes. What does that say? Built-in not found, right? Because it's a field. Oh, this is a panic. Panic to do. Yes. So this triggers the interrupt. Then we have build.asset blah blah blah. And then we have, well, whatever. Let's keep only this one. A run as end tag, okay. Build asset built-in not found. Build. Wait, what do you mean? Build asset exists. You son of a bitch. Asset under build built-in not found. Build. Asset signature, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I know. We're not wiring this in somehow. I know what's happening because this should be a compile error now that I think about it. We're not wiring it in. Because it's, oh shit, yeah. Man, I could do so much better than what the system that I have now. I need to really one time stop for a moment and like heavily refactor everything. So build has it. Assets, asset, static, static asset. Okay, I think we have everything now. And now it's a build error because build time doesn't exist anymore. So built-ins asset gives you an asset of type build. What do you not like about it? I have build time somewhere else. Oh yeah, what is this? This is built-ins under static. No, I cannot give you an asset. It has to give a static asset. And I don't know what the thing wants. I think the thing wants I don't know, something like this. Does it work? No. Yeah, what's in a static asset? We don't actually know. Oh, just a path. Okay. Okay. And this makes us hit the panic again. Okay, so we're back to where we were. Probably adding interrupts to also the rest of Super VM isn't all that bad. So ideally, I will be able to do it. But in any case, I'm gonna do that offline. So thank you all for hanging out. I hope this was, I don't know, interesting to some degree. And I think that this is it for me. So yeah. I'll see you all next time. Bye bye. Actually, let me see. Anybody that is streaming Zig that we know of?